Hello, hello. If you guys want to make your ways down to the seats, get settled in, we're going to get started in just a second.
How are we all doing tonight? All right. DATLAB 18. This is crazy. Thanks so much for coming out tonight. For anyone that is new here, DATLAB is a digital art and technology lab. Lyle and I started this over a year ago. I guess something maybe a year and a half ago or so.
Almost like 2 years ago.
Almost two. Wow. Okay, that's crazy. But our main goal was to just try to get a whole like creative community together and to meet monthly and have an opportunity to share work on a large stage, and also for basically to have an opportunity for you all to get a chance to meet each other. Our goal is that hopefully you get to meet some collaborators here, come talk to the presenters. It's just such an incredible group of folks. So yeah, I hope that you all get a chance to connect. I think a big focus for a lot of the like talks and performances is kind of a peek behind the curtain of these artists' process. And I think it's a really amazing thing to be able to see what they're thinking, either for their like technical process or also sort of their studio practice, their personal art practice, how they produce music, their stage lighting, their performances, all those different pieces. So hope that you can, yeah, get to see a little behind the scenes on those pieces. We've got a amazing lineup for you all tonight. So excited for you all to get a chance to see their presentations. Yeah, I think we have a couple little shout outs for tonight as well.
Yeah, we might do probably do a shout out in between each of the talks. So there's 3 talks and then an AV performance. Definitely recommend. Stick around for the whole thing. And yeah, we'll do maybe a little community open shout out before the AV performance. So if anyone wants to come up and speak to us and get like 30 seconds on a mic, we're there for that. And I think that's maybe about it.
Yeah, that'd be great too, because if you have a performance or a show or a piece that you're doing later, come talk to us. And then, yeah, between, I guess, yeah, like you were saying, the end of the talks and AV performance, come snag us for a minute so you can snag the mic. Yeah.
Maybe if Treylon wants to talk about the venue that we're at for a second.
Yeah.
Hey everyone, welcome to ZeroSpace. Let's give a hand to Lyle and Torin for putting this together. So a bit of background about ZeroSpace. It was founded in 2018 as an immersive gallery space in Manhattan, and over the pandemic, we took a lot of the tools and technologies and started using them towards production because the pandemic sort of forced us to shift our business model a bit. And since then, we've become a renowned virtual production, film, TV, commercial advertising, stage, studio. We have a wonderful virtual art department and creative team, as well as an engineering team. And our focus is really around bringing emerging technology to our clients to tell stories for brands, for filmmakers, et cetera. And part of our mission also is to bring communities together. So we are honored to be able to open this space and invite you all as the sort of creative technology community to come and break bread and share knowledge and get to know each other. So yeah, if you want to hear about more events that we do, we have our Luma calendar, luma.com/ZeroSpace, luma.com/ZeroSpace. And before I get started, also give a couple like heads up. So we have food and drink in the corner over here. We have bathrooms over on this side behind the sort of wall, and then also more bathrooms at the end of Studio B. You can come to me if you have any questions or you're curious about ZeroSpace in general. Happy to answer. And yeah, without further ado, I'll let Lyle and Torin introduce our first speaker.
All right. We'd love to bring Jaime to the stage. We're so lucky tonight. So Jaime actually is normally based in Paris, and they're going to talk a little bit about some of their creative workflow, how they get into flow in their practice, and how that ties into, yeah, both their personal art practice, doing some VJing, but also, yeah, in their broader work as well. So please Give a huge round of applause to Jaime.
Just gonna, oh, that works, good. Amazing, thank you. Let's see here, I'm going to present.
We'll put it up on the screen in just a second.
Open. Oh, no, excuse me.
There we go.
Oh, perfect, it's up. Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm so happy to be here. This was a really cool opportunity. It's a bit surreal. I've been following Lyle and Torin's work for a long time, so it's really great to be here. I've had an amazing few days exploring this city, so it's just been great. I do apologize. We have to go to the airport as soon as I'm done talking. So yeah, please give me a follow if you want to talk. I would be happy to make contact and like we can keep in touch. And yeah, I would be so happy to connect with you. So anyways, yeah, so I'm excited to talk to you all today about my art practice. It's very personal to me. And I'm also a VJ, I'm a creative technologist as well, and I'm going to be talking a bit about what's inside my head and what comes out, you know? So I have a pretty corporate background. I've been working as a UX designer for the last 10 years. I've had some good clients, but big corporate brands and global products. So it's been very, very interesting. But it was about 4 years ago when I realized I wanted to just focus my energy on something that comes from flow rather than force. So we're going to hear the word flow a lot in the next 15 minutes. But yeah, that's when my art practice came about. So yeah, the intention for me is quite simple. I wanted to play. I wanted my curiosity to lead over my expectations, and I wanted whatever that emerged to come from joy and also depth as well. And for me, that depth goes beyond the physical experience. So you could say I am a tech mystic. I've heard the word tech witch thrown around, excuse me, but I like the word mystic. So I define a mystic as someone who explores the relationship between the physical and the metaphysical. But we could also say that it could be someone interested in the relationship between the inner experience and then what are the patterns that are happening in the collective experience in the world. And so when I combine this with tech, I am given a new awareness to explore these parallel patterns, like equally in code and nature and in also psychology and human experience. So now this is my art practice. It's called generative art, and even the name itself, there's just play. It's already a playful expression and a hint to how I create generative art. So I've been living in Paris, as Torin said, for the last 12 years, and my name in French is written as j'aime, which means I love. And so that's the mystical side for me, but then there's also that generative side, which is the algorithm that continues producing unexpected outcomes, you know, long after I've designed the system. So for me, it's not just a name, it's a creative philosophy. And that philosophy is build systems with care and then let them surprise you. So that's basically the point of what I'm going to talk to you guys about today. I define systems thinking as the practice of designing conditions rather than controlling outcomes. So I'm not trying to dictate every possible result. I'm creating an environment where good things are more likely to emerge on their own. And you know, this is actually a principle that I apply to my life as well, and not just my art, because the question isn't about like, what am I going to produce? It's more about how do I want to feel? You know, am I really touching my inner joy? You know, like I said, am I satisfying all of those pillars of joy, presence, and depth and curiosity? So let me see if I have what's next. Yeah, okay. So, but before I say that, you'll notice in my work there is an underlying intention to create experiences that really nurture healing and create connection, very meditative, very spacious. And as I mentioned, I'm a VJ. I've been doing VJ work for a few years now. And typically I'll perform sets for 7 hours, you know, quite very long sets. And in the early stages were a bit, you know, it's part of the journey, right? I found that traditional workflows, or what I was learning, was really getting in the way of that presence, you know, that I'm talking about. I was spending way too much energy choosing content when all I really wanted to do was to read the room. And I didn't, you know, want to think about which clip is going to come next. I wanted to feel the music. So I started to design my visual systems differently. Instead of building so much disconnected visual content, I built modular systems that could continuously generate new variations from the same visual language. And you know, this actually was influenced to me by my background in UX design, working on very large design systems and having to give strategy and meaning to each component and behavior and make the connection work in a large context of an ecosystem. So the result is that, you know, I would create parameters that respond to audio or others that could evolve over time, but the thing is that the computer is supposed to handle the repetition and I will stay present with the audience. So that was for me when the performance could become alive. So now I'm just gonna jump into my work. Okay, so this, I'm gonna show 3 works where actually the philosophy just kind of and yeah, it's what better way to talk about flow than to talk about flow fields. So this project is called The Unmanifested. It's a simulation of the liminal space. I'm just going to jump inside quickly and make sure the videos are playing, because we've got a lot of content to see here. And so we should see more visuals playing as I talk about it. If not, I'll just go in and play them randomly. But so this project was, again, emerging from an inner curiosity to explore flow fields and GLSL. And I was curious about whether patterns from sacred geometry and the chakras could be translated into visual behavior. So I found actually that these patterns that I was studying in sacred geometry could link to a material description that was also relevant in the energetic centers called the chakras. And I found, sorry, I didn't find, I used each geometric pattern, as you see here, as a seed to drive the particle movement of the flow field. And then when it comes to the colors and the timing, all of these variables that, again, influence the variations of these visuals that you see here, this was related to the descriptions of each chakra. So instead of creating just one animation, I created rules, essentially, that could generate and connect to many related animations. So, you know, it was just, I just remember spending hours on this project, really in a flow state, you know, finding that I'm just changing just a handful of things, just color, timing, rotation, and then a new visual universe was born. And so this resulted in 98 visual loops, because I was kind of following like a mathematical formula that I made for myself with 7 chakras and 7 animations. And so, yeah, so here we see just one visual universe, but in fact, let me just jump in and see if I can play something else. I'm just gonna do one. So here we saw the first visual universe, and now we have a second one, and it's very simple, you know, overlaying one on top of the other. So here then I had some expansion, and that really opened things up for me. So after that, I had just the most enjoyable 7-hour sets. It really satisfied my conditions of just playfulness, presence, and just really being with the audience and responding to the audience. Yeah, so it's a flow, it's an ecosystem of reusable visual content. I also presented it at many festivals. Like, I could create a setup that could let it run autonomously, excuse me. So yeah, for me here, it's not. This project is called Elements, and I had a question for this project. I said, can the computer play itself? No, that's not what we want. That's what we want, yeah. Can we let the computer just play itself, you know? I wanted to get more into 3D workflows. I wanted to explore tools from the community. And I was very, very inspired by a lot of other artists in the community for this. And so in my early days of VJing, one show I did where I was a bit exhausted just from trying to find clips, and then a VJ, if he's French, his name is Robin Moll, and he had this setup in Unreal Engine, just playing a cube and then just morphing the cube and into another shape and just back and forth, and it just went on for hours. And this was when I was very inspired to see something, and me myself just to get in the flow of it, because my work is quite abstract for a reason, and it's because when I'm working in this context of a scene where I'm playing visuals, I don't really like if you know, I'm giving the impression of watching the TV. I want the audience to feel the visuals and to feel the music and to feel the whole experience. So this VJ, he really inspired me, and so I thought, let me try something similar. And so you see this tool I'm using, you probably know it, it's called the PCR tool by Josef Peltz. And so yeah, this gives credit to the smooth morphing and just the amazing depth of field that you see here. So the geometry, it's actually audio reactive, so in a live setting it'll respond to sound, and then the transitions unfold. So here again, color and shape, they share a meaning which again impact that broader systematic workflow. So I can really load any 3D model in here, and it works with really any 3D model. And then again, it responds with color. I've added some secondary effects, which I'm not showing here today, but in a live context, they really help me again to move back and forth with the audience. So again, I could relax into the setting and play the effects, and again, another autonomous system for me. And so, yeah, so I'm gonna go to the last project that I'm gonna show. And then I'm going to give a live demonstration of how it works. So this project is called Pleroma. Oh, no, that's not it. I'm behind on my text, guys. Sorry, bear with me. So here, I wanted to create an autonomous system that could respond to rhythm and motion, but also be optimized for a lot of different contexts. And this piece is called Pleroma. And just a second, I'm going to reset the video so it'll play. So yeah, the intention for this was to really question how can movement act as a bridge, again, between that internal experience is where we move, it's where we feel. Yeah, sorry, it's skipping back and forth. So we have the internal experience here and then the external form. And so dance and gesture and real-time interaction really are supposed to visualize that continuity that exists beneath changing emotional states and life circumstances. And so there's a lot of iterations here, and they're actually playing quite fast. But each iteration explores like different themes of wholeness, resilience, self-expression, while remaining rooted in that underlying system. So again, I go back to flow fields because I preferred creating this from flow field because it really could let me work with the types of interactive inputs and adding the effects that I wanted. But again, you probably see this in the community, this kind of setup, which is to turn any video into particles. And then, but in this case, I wanted to give some space for an interactive input and also like other contexts such as the webcam, things like that. So if you see the dancer here, I'm using a Connect 2 for getting that, that interaction and that depth input, but it could really work with any other tool that you use to record motion. And so I let the video image input drive the colors, and I also allow the interaction to be able to switch back and forth. So for me, this is a continuous evolving relationship with body and sound and image where basically like no two performances are identical. So yeah, the resulting, again, I use this in live performances, installations, projection mapping, so it's quite versatile. So I'll show you how it works. I'm just gonna, sorry if it looks weird, but I'm going to stop extending and, oh. Oh, excuse me. They told me it's okay if there's tech hiccups, so yeah, I'm just gonna load that up again. Oh, good. I just have to I had to close the file and now I'm reopening it. Yeah. Okay, perfect. Okay, now I'm going to mirror the displays so that you can see my perfect. So that you can see what I'm seeing on the screen. Okay, so hopefully that's okay. So this is the setup essentially. Again, I like to create from that flow field base because, again, it's very special to me, and I liked it better than just doing a particle system. And over here, I have like some, it's a bit slow because I'm projecting, so sorry about that. But over here, I have some effects that, we can change the velocity of the particle movement and also add some trails and a bit of like displacement if we want to do that. So yeah, it's a bit pixelated. My FPS, as you can see, is like, let me, well, everybody's, you see how it works. So yeah, it's a bit pixelated, but you saw the example online. But essentially, yeah, we've got the input here for the interaction layer. And then that feeds and that actually drives the particle movement again. So that's seeding the particle movement with, here it's the optical flow. But then if I just turn off that mask, then you can see I have my video, which acts as the base of the color input and also can drive the particle movement as well. So you can see the interaction layer is moving those particles, but let me just turn this off, and then I'm just going to turn that on. So there's lots of options for display and how do we want the content to appear, how do we want the particles to show. And maybe I'll show my, my webcam. It works. Hi. So we've got webcam input here as well. So yeah, so this is just an inside look at my project. I'm gonna quit now because I'm stuck. Okay, and then I'm just gonna go back to the presentation and end for you guys. Okay, so extend. All right, so almost there. Oh. And now it doesn't want to display. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry, now I'm having technical difficulty. So everything's fine. Fill, and then yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Change it back. Yeah, it doesn't want to.
Doesn't want to work. Sorry. Oops. Yeah, it's on.
Can we do duplicate?
Maybe.
Try that.
Yeah. Okay, let's do it like that then. Okay. Thanks, guys. Sorry about that. That was like a very simple issue. It just didn't want to connect to the projector. So yeah. So this is my journey that I've been on for the last few years. And I started just by asking the question, how can I build these creative systems that just give me more freedom rather than complexity? And it over time became, the question wasn't really about TouchDesigner, even though I love TouchDesigner. But it became this way of just approaching my life, my art, my practice. And yeah, so like I've said, it's not about the control. It's about creating the right conditions so that something meaningful can emerge. So Sometimes that's just a moment where people feel more connected to each other, to the space, or to themselves. And we know as artists that we're building environments and not just tools. So every system that we create, you know, quietly shapes the experience. And yeah, build your systems with care, and then leave enough space for surprise, and enjoy the flow state. So thank you. That's my son over there. He wants to be on camera. Huh? Come here.
Questions from the audience?
Come sit with me. Yes. Oh, I should put the microphone back. Yeah. You can sit here or stand there.
Hello. Yeah, I had a question. This was a really great presentation, and I really love the.
I can't hear you very well.
Oh, sorry.
That.
I
Yeah.
really love the presentation, and especially the elements and the third one. They were really great. So one question that I had was, you said the elements was like audio reactive.
Yes.
How did you do that? Like technically, I'm just curious.
Okay, yeah, so the technical setup, I mean, when I started learning TouchDesigner, there were so many ways of doing audio reactivity in TouchDesigner using chops. So using like chop input and then, yeah, converting that and then adding some lag, adding some filtering, you know. And actually, Torin had a tutorial on that. That was like a long time ago. Yeah, and it's still like such a simple tutorial, and it's like one of the best. But for this that you see, I was showing some pre-recorded footage, and the tool that I use to play live is by Sarv. He's a French VJ in the community. He makes just the craziest tools, but yeah, so precise. So it actually helped me to get that really, really precise, you know, kick or high or low or mid. And I actually could jump back and forth between sets on that if I just wasn't feeling the pace, you know. So that tool really, really did wonders for the project. Yeah.
Thank you.
I forgot to mention that in elements, those are platonic solids, like the tetrahedron, the octahedron, and so I thought let's play with the sacred geometry a bit more.
Yeah, for the audio analysis, the slope chop is your friend.
Slope chop,
Yeah.
everybody.
Other questions from the audience?
Were you, was that generating on your lap? I don't need the mic, I'm loud.
For the stream.
Oh, for the stream. Okay, then I'll try not to yell right into it. Are you rendering that locally on that hardware right there? You're doing it real time? No, you're on your laptop. Do you?
I'm on my laptop, yes.
Yeah, but so you're just generating real time on that.
So I wish actually, so this isn't my TouchDesigner laptop actually. I actually made a presentation in TouchDesigner of my pre-recorded content and then just played around with that. So, but the project that I showed Pleroma, that's actually in real time, yes.
Okay, yeah, I mean, generally speaking, when you're doing this as part of an installation or anything, okay, you're just, and it's not some extremely high end. It's just kind of a standard Mac. What kind of? I don't know what kind of laptop it is.
Sorry, I didn't really hear that last bit.
What kind of hardware is it? Like that you're running?
Audio or
that you're running the TouchDesigner on in real time.
I can't. I'm sorry, I can't hear it very well. Like I can't hear the question.
I guess the question was about what hardware you usually run your installations on.
Hardware. Yeah, sorry. That was the. Yeah, sorry guys. TouchDesigner. Yeah. When I play through TouchDesigner. Yeah.
But specifically, like the spec of one of the machines, like one of the computers.
Oh, so my computer is it's a Windows normally. I normally run from my big Windows computer with a better graphics card setup and.
Right. So I get NVIDIA. GPU.
NVIDIA, yeah.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a laptop, but it's quite good. And I also have my MIDI controllers, and what really helps a lot is having a sound card too. Yeah.
Oh, you've got an external sound card.
Yeah, that just does wonders, especially for exhibitions when there's people talking and you have music, but it's kind of background music. The sound card can really pick it up and just come back to that experience. What's your name? Sorry.
Brian, how's it going?
Brian. Yeah. Thank you for your questions. Yeah.
Other questions from the audience? Cool. All right. Thank you so
Okay,
much.
Thank you so much. Such a pleasure. Bye-bye.
All right. Next up to the stage, we're going to bring Dan. We're going to do a quick little handover for a second, though.
Thank you so much for your help. So nice to meet you. Edric. Okay, yeah. Let's connect. Yeah. Back to Paris.
Yeah. No.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
It's awesome to meet you. Nice to meet you. Yes. So nice to meet you. Safe travels back. Yeah, give me the footage. Yeah, the visuals are great.
Awesome. Yeah, I was just worried because I borrowed Jordan's license to get some presentations. Oh yeah. I'll do this.
Yeah. Get it back.
It's gonna look ugly. Everyone's gonna see behind the magic trick. So I need to yeah. Hello.
I think I got my stuff.
Oh, they're chargers.
Charger.
Oh no, this is the other.
That's fine.
We both have European bricks. That's fun.
Okay. Well, have a amazing rest of the talk. Yeah. So we'll keep in touch. Yeah.
This is so beautiful seeing your work. I'm going to be
Good
talking
luck.
about not sacred geometry, but with
I
my.
feel like yours is pretty sacred though. Like I
Pretty
was,
sacred.
yeah, I was really feeling that. So that's amazing. Like,
Well, yeah. Well, we know each other now.
We know each other now. Yeah. Okay. Nice to meet you. Yeah. Thank you.
Nice meeting you too.
Bye bye. Bye bye. Thank you. Bye bye.
Okay, now I can do the thing. Okay.
Just let us know when you're ready.
Thank you. Oh, I need to connect to sound. Okay, I'll just do my clickies. Stop this going. It was just going. It's playing, yeah.
Are you playing that tone?
Yeah, it's coming from me. I know, it's not.
I was convinced it was the microphone.
Oh, should I go to headphones or?
I think external headphones, right?
Yeah, I think so. Okay, yeah, now I switched to headphones.
Oh, okay.
Before it wasn't going through headphones.
He was playing that tone out of it.
Oh no, that was just my. Everything's gonna blow up. Okay, I think. 1 second. View video. Yeah. Cool. I'll set my timer. Yeah, ready. It's coming from me.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and get started here. If you all want to make your way back. All right, so I'm so excited to introduce our next speaker. This is my friend Dan. We actually go way back, and you might have seen Dan's face before. We actually got a chance to do a AV performance recently, and Dan's also going to be doing part of the AV performance later tonight. So I'm really excited for you all to get a chance to experience that. Dan is a really incredible artist, musician, technologist, all the above, sometimes between here and the Bay Area. So we're very lucky to have Dan here tonight. And I'm so excited to have you all get a chance to experience behind the scenes of some of their artwork. They explore different themes around geological timescales. And yeah, well, you'll get to see more from them personally. So please give a huge round of applause to Dan Gorelick.
Hi, everyone. Oh, we have to make this screen. We'll figure it out. Yeah, I'm Dan. I'm used to standing up and doing performances, so this is very novel. I feel like I'm like in front of a lecture hall. But yeah, so today I named my talk Standing Waves. And it's a talk about physics and embodied sound. We still can't see it over there. I think we're working on it, but there we go. I'll do some accessibility zoom, but that's not helping them figure out how to, oh, I think that's good, better. Anyways, they'll figure it out. But essentially a little bit about me. I've been playing the cello since I was very young. I think it's been like over 25 years now. And essentially, instead of going to music school, I went to computer engineering school, and I learned all about the technology side. And then right after, I was like, I need to go back to the art. How do I do that? And then I found my way back to sound, and through doing things with different communities in New York and the Bay Area, including like the live code community, including the new music community, improvisational, electronic, experimental scene, I've gotten my way back to now mixing cello with computers and many other tools that you'll see. So, okay, cool, this looks good. So the thing I'll be talking about today, bloop, the talk format, I'm gonna be talking about this tool here. I'll turn my volume down. Cool. Can you make it a little bit louder just for the computer, please? Cool, so this is a standing wave. It's also called like playing with phase, I guess. It's also, there's lots of names. Note beating, if you start to move it this way a little bit. Ooh. We don't have the subwoofer plugged in, but we'll have it plugged in after. And I see some people taking videos, but this is going to be here literally the whole presentation, so you'll get to hear lots of it. But yeah, I'm going to talk about my motivations to make this new instrument. I'm going to talk about learning the building blocks of sound. We're going to get a little bit nerdy. I showed my friend earlier today. She's like, "This isn't an academic talk, is it?" And I'm like, "No, but it's a bunch of nerds, so I think it's okay." So I hope that's okay. And then later, you'll see a little bit of a performance. And Kevin Peter is also here, and we'll do a little talk before then, too. So first off, Torin mentioned geological time. I spent this residency in Joshua Tree, and essentially meditating in the rocks sober, I was thinking about, like, that was the first time I'd spent that much time out of New York City or outside of the Bay Area, and it was so just calming for me. And I was thinking about how the rocks experience time, I suppose. And I didn't have the language for time scales, but my other art residency friends were like, "Oh, that's like a thing that people talk about, is like geological time scales." And I'm like, "Oh, okay, cool." So let me start to like research that a little bit more. So essentially for the last 2.5 years, it started with me sitting in the rocks, and then now here sitting with you, having my little instrument here that we'll learn a little bit more about. And when I showed my friend this instrument, she was like, "Why are you doing this? Like, why are you so into like note beating and phasing and standing waves?" And there's this poem that I listened to. I listened to a podcast about poetry, and they talked about this poem, but it's by William Blake. "To see a world in a grain of sand, and a heaven in a wild flower, hold infinity in the palm of your hand, and eternity in an hour." And we're going to get a little bit more nerdy about sound, but essentially all sound can be broken down into sine waves. So essentially, things that are coming out of my mouth right now, all the sounds that we hear, including these pure tone sine waves, can be decomposed using Fourier transforms and lots of math to just be pure tone sine waves. So for me, it's been this kind of like obsession to be like, what does it look like to go to like the ones and zeros, but for sound, or to go to like the atomic level, but for sound, and start to like understand that a little bit more. Yeah, so we're gonna get into that. And another theme of my work is trying to make the computer as expressive as the cello. My cello is hiding in the corner over there. This isn't my childhood cello, but the cello is like a 400-year-old piece of technology. My historical music friend told me it's like that much. I used to say it was 600 years, but it's like 400 years when it's like in this form. And meanwhile, computers are a little bit younger, but thinking about both as technology. And then if we want to get more meta and spiritual, it's like our bodies are technology and trees are technology, but we won't go there for this talk. And so a lot of what my practice is I call it like duct taping different technologies together. So these are just like me doing different things with like live code technologies. Let's see how this sound is. Lots of things with like drum beats and stuff. There we go. Let's pause that. I have like capture cards putting my code into a Hydra video synth, and then like the audio is coming from Ableton mixed with my electric cello. Let's see what this one is. This one is me doing something in Berlin where I have like my laptop out playing sine waves, and the clubs, like the subwoofers are rattling everything in the room, and we're figuring out where all the loose bolts are, and doing things with the cello as well. I don't know where the good moments are. I just had this going. Let's see. We'll hook up the sub later, but essentially this is playing like, how many hertz? This is playing like 36 hertz, which these speakers up here can't do. Using the computer as an expressive tool, so I use the trackpad a lot because it has like, was it 3,000 pixels or something of X and then whatever pixels and Y. So using that to control granular synths, but then also feeding that back into the visuals and just thinking about the computer as an instrument. Let's see what else we have. This is for like me playing electric cello as well. Let's see if there's like a, there we go. So like plugging my electric cello into the computer, doing some like delays and stuff. I think there's like a Frank Ocean sample. I don't remember what this is. Yeah, we don't need to hear any more of that. And then recently also, kind of the full circle, this is a clip from Torn and I doing a performance on June 7th, where I'm using my sine waves, and Torn's making visuals in TouchDesigner by just taking the audio. Yeah, and in this case, we had a speaker system that went down to the lowest that we can hear, which is 20 hertz. And that refrigerator thing right there is a subwoofer, so we'll turn it on later, and you'll be able to feel this in your bodies also later. But essentially, this tool, make it a little quieter, this tool is an extension of my performance practice. So I want to make something that helps me understand geological timescales, which I'll get into in a moment, but also something that's very performative that I can use live, which you'll hear later. So one thing is, how can I convey the felt sensation of playing the cello? And what I mean by that is when you hold the cello, you hold it like between your, I could have brought it here, but oh well. You hold it between your legs and it like touches your heart and it like vibrates your whole body. And the cello covers like the vocal range of most humans. So you're kind of getting this like little like sonic hug while you're playing it. And I have this video playing up here of an installation that I did with New Ink, with the New Museum 2 years ago. And you can see these different pedestals that we sit on actually have these transducers that are vibrating. So you have these headphones on, but then you can also feel the sounds. So it's one of my ways of trying to create like a more embodied experience while you're experiencing sound. Embodied in addition to like sitting and breathing the air and being in physical place. But actually, and this is like a first prototype when I did this at School for Poetic Computation 10 years ago. So that's when it first was made. And it's essentially mixing like live air traffic control radio. Let's see if I have it somewhere here. Oh dear, I don't know where the tab is. It's gone forever. But it mixes like live air traffic control radio with this like generative soundscape that you hear coming from that sort of. And then more recently, these are going to be pictures from a past project called Meditations on Geological Time, where the composition for it is essentially this tool. We have 4 different rocks. Each one has a different story. And to get a little bit nerdy, we have Wikipedia. There we go. And essentially, what causes the ice ages for the Earth is the eccentricity curves that cause the Earth to slowly, over 10,000 years, get farther away from the sun, even though we're rotating around the sun. I see some nods. And then we get back to the sun. So in that 10,000 year span, it actually like is what triggered the ice ages. And the ice ages is actually what formed like the land we're on right now, because the Laurentide ice sheet pushed a bunch of rock from the north and then formed Long Island and Brooklyn, Cape Cod, Rhode Island, where I'm from, going all the way up the coast. So you can look at the x-axis here, and that's in kilo years. So was it 1,000 times 10 is, wait, no, 1,000 times 1,000 is a million. So from like here to here is a million years. So we're looking at what looks like sine waves, but it's actually mapping like the cyclical movement of the Earth. And to me, I'm like, that looks like sound. So what does it look like to actually speed it up a whole bunch? We're going to squish it. It's not called sonification. I think some of the scientists call it audification. And I don't have the exact composition here, but essentially each of these different rock pieces uses a combination of different notes that are coming from these values. So that's a way of kind of using the note beating. And the note beating is like when the notes do this. We should have set up the subwoofer, it's okay. So this is not really beating, and then once you move it this way a little bit. Can we make it super, super loud audio? We'll see how these speakers can do. Okay. So this is an octave. There we go. And when you go slightly out of an octave, what's happening. Zoop. Oh, no, that's not what's happening. All right. It'll be much more effective with a subwoofer, but you can see it even if you can't hear it too well. And essentially, what we're playing with is an instrument that explores consonance and dissonance. And this is where we're gonna get like a little bit nerdy, and also a little philosophical, which is like how you describe music. There's can you see this? Yes. My PhD medieval music friend Sean Russell Hallowell showed me this writing, called Music and the Ineffable. And essentially, I can't pronounce this last name, maybe someone in the audience can, Jankelevich, talks about how you really can't use words to describe music. Like anytime you try, it just kind of like slips through your fingers because they're different mediums. And in a more colloquial way, this is another quote, writing about music is like dancing about architecture. It's just the mediums don't quite mix, but then we can describe it. And so what we are gonna do is we're gonna describe it, because to build an instrument where you can play and explore these like natural phenomenon, I really had to understand it from the ground up. And so first we're gonna start with thinking about time and geological time scales. There's this quote that some of you may have seen, art is how we decorate space, music is how we decorate time, by Basquiat. So we're gonna start talking about time. Zoop, I'm gonna make this a little smaller. So I don't know if anyone's seen this chart before, but this is the human experience in the physical world. And we just have our little existence in that square. And on the x-axis is space. So that side is the size of an atom. That side is the size of the universe. On the time scale, the lowest is the 0 on the y is the time it takes for light to pass through an atom. So it's very, very small. And then the top of it is, again, like how long it takes to travel the universe, I think. But essentially, our little experience, which given those are the scales, we're doing pretty good to be taking up this much of this chart. And for those of you who are physics nerds, this is level 2. Do not try to understand this right now, but this is showing a little bit more detail. And here's humans. There's whales and fleas, and then you go just like a little bit farther up, and then there's the whole Earth. There's the sun. I took 3 physics classes, and I should know more of this than I do. But talking about sound, I was talking about different hertz, and essentially within that band of time, the inverse of time is frequency, and so to make this instrument, I had to understand how the numbers of frequency work. So our hearing range goes down to 20 hertz, so things that are beating at 20 times a second. And if you are healthy hearing, it goes up to like 20,000 hertz. And compared to our eyes that have a refresh rate of like 30 FPS or so, we're doing pretty good on hearing, albeit it's one-dimensional and vision is two-dimensional. So thinking about sound, that brings us to the harmonic series. I want to be mindful of time, but the harmonic series, essentially strings when they're vibrating or vocal cords when they're vibrating, forms different harmonics for any note, and that goes along the harmonic series. And essentially, if you don't understand this, we have Pythagoras to help us, and he's saying just look for the ratios. Essentially, if you're going to be making music that is not necessarily following like how pianos are tuned and other Western traditional tunings, you can just think about the ratios. And it can go pretty deep, but this is some history of Pythagoras. Pythagoras is considered the father of music theory, and there's different like folk stories of him hitting different bells and him using different hammers at the blacksmith to hear the different pitches, and then figuring out the different lengths of strings and mapping all these different things. So that's why Pythagoras is helping us. And there's an obligatory slide on just intonation. We're not going to talk about that, but I have this like wonderful write-up, here about Pierre Coussa talking about writing an album in just intonation. And just let this wash over you for a second. If you really want to get deep on ratios, you can do it. And it's very complicated. And I did not want to make an instrument that had to do with all this, although this is really beautiful, and there's a whole like Zen harmonic wiki of people who like really play with this. And so I want to make an instrument that also works for them, but you don't have to know all this stuff to get into it. But we want to understand dissonance. And we have this page here. I think the credit goes to, who is this by? AAT. But yes, his name isn't right here. But essentially, this is playing with dissonance. And again, you don't have to understand this, but this dissonance curve here is kind of similar to what this is doing, where when this is out of tune, essentially the curve, like these notes will be in tune. This is an octave. Oh, are you gonna work? A fifth. But then if we want to hear something that's very dissonant, we play up here. And you can kind of hear that's not in tune. Anyways, this gets very complicated as well, where you have this like 3D curve mapping out all the different notes. And essentially, we don't have to get into that, but to make an instrument that understands consonance and dissonance, where that shows up here is on this little line right here, where all you have to do is pull the notes to these little peaks, and then it's in tune. Whee! So I wanted to make an instrument that is a little bit like a sine tone generator, but is much more playable like a cello, because these apps are great because they make sine tones, but they're not very playable. So for me, I wanted to make an instrument where you can really like have fine-tuned motor control like you use on the cello on the fingerboard, but use it for playing an electronic instrument. And then finally, so we want to make an expressive instrument. And thinking about how the interfaces afford certain kinds of expressivity. Whenever you buy a synthesizer, it's like wonderful at doing some things and not wonderful at doing others. So every instrument kind of carries the opinions of the creator, and this instrument is definitely carrying my opinions in it, but hoping that that can set off any users off on a good path to make wonderful consonant and dissonant music. Oh yeah, the other fun thing is that this can also send MIDI MPE. So I think we have to have Ableton do that. Oh, I think it's playing. Let's have this be quieter. Utility, make Ableton louder. Ah, it's just very, oh, it's very low, I see. If you make this go up. So essentially, this can also map to any like instruments in the VST. So again, I wanted to make sure I could duct tape it together with different instruments in my existing setup. So MIDI MPE does that. And then exploring liveness. So finally, I wanted to bring my sort of like geological time installation that is mixing, I think that's mixing sound from the room as well. There it is. There's Kang. So I have these microphones in the room, so it's actually mixing like human time scale with the geological time scale. And what that sounds like, we'll see how well this works. But these are some demos of my little, this is not the final UI, but essentially I wanted to make my app so I could have this installation on the go with me. Let's see how well this works. Da-da. So essentially, it's just... I'm a very acoustically sensitive person, so having the AirPod 3s with noise canceling is such a gift. But then on top of that, playing sine tones while I walk around is quite soothing. Let's see what else we have. So essentially, I just have this little like listening device, and over the course of the last like month or so, or 2 months, I think this was the first day I got it working, and I was riding my bike. I wanted an app that you could use with one hand, which is not safe to do while biking, but specifically so I could use it while biking. And we kind of like low pass filter and reverb out all of the sounds that are coming in from the microphone. I also whistle a lot. Let's see what else we have. This is a sunset. So essentially, I'm getting closer. I'm not here to like announce my app release, but I'm here to say like, I'm working on this. If you're interested in this stuff, come talk to me. I think music is still ineffable. I did my best to try to describe it, to make an instrument that I can use to then create these moments that for me, words can't capture. And I think I kind of got there. Some disclaimers. Dissonance is also good to have in music and life, so we don't have to always avoid it. Recorded music is also great, even though I do a lot of live stuff and like to do improvisational stuff. Western music theory and tradition is also great, even though I am doing all this, which is like kind of throwing that out. I grew up playing the cello, and I love Western, like European, Baroque, classical music. This works specifically for harmonic music, but a lot of atonal and like enharmonic music, like the gamelan and different percussion instruments, don't actually follow this kind of dissonance curve. So that's another thing to note. Let's see what else we have here on the videos. Oh, that's the last video. I still like making music without computers, even though I use a lot of computers. And then finally, I do have 25 plus years of cello experience. So when I'm using trackpads and like touch screens, I definitely like have some of that experience coming into it. So I want to keep in mind people who don't have 25 years of experience playing an instrument when I'm going to be creating instruments for them. So yeah. Oh, and then finally, we're going to have a drone bike ride before the end of the summer where we'll have versions of the app that we can all listen to with our Bluetooth speakers. So that's the first call to action. The second one is that I'm looking for any sort of collaborations. If people want to do things with sine waves, happy to chat. Or if you want to play with the app or the website, I'll share it with you. It is live here. The name's going to change, so don't get too attached to it. But yeah, just come talk to me or message me on the internet. I don't have any like special Google Forms or anything for you. So I think that's the last slide. So yeah, thank you all so much. Now we can watch the sunset together. I went over time. Do we have time for questions?
I think for timing,
Yeah.
we'll have folks come ask Dan questions in person.
Perfect. All right. Thank you all so much.
All right.
Yay.
Thank you.
We'll be introducing our next speakers in just a moment. Just give us a couple minutes to change over. Do you guys want a second chair? Okay.
For six, otherwise I'm like hunched over.
We can even give you a platform if you want to prop up your laptop.
I'd rather sit. Okay, we can sit. Yeah.
Before we go into our next presentation, I also wanted to give a huge shout out. The live visuals that you're seeing on the screen right now are actually made by Simon, who's over here raising their hand. So give a huge shout out. You might know them online as Polyhop, and they're not normally in New York, so definitely come say hi if you get a chance.
You want to
Thanks.
so that you have this mic, you can control things a bit easier with one hand, and I'll just hold the mic. Yeah, he was the same. Say again?
All right, everybody. All right, everybody. Hello, hello. Check, check. Got some sound up in here. Hello, hello. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. It's on. Sinky, can we get some? My. Yes. Hello, hello. 1, 2, 3. Check, check. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Check, check. Sure. Yeah.
Ready? Yeah,
All right, everybody. Nope, this is also out. This is also 1, 2, 3. Check, check. 1, 2, 3. Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. All right. Welcome back, everybody. I wanted us to give a warm welcome to Niels Johansson and Stephen Henderson. Let's give a huge round of applause. So we had Jaime coming in from Paris to speak tonight earlier. We have Niels coming from Amsterdam and Stephen coming from Istanbul. How about that? And they are from Nilor Studio. Nilor builds radical shows that run on agentic systems and tools to support visionary ideas for immersive spaces. I first spoke with Nilor's team a couple years ago. They were doing really interesting things at the beginning of generative AI, back when we were still working with Stable Diffusion 1.6, et cetera. And they've come a long way since. I'm really excited to hear what they've got to share. And quick background on the presenters. So Niels is a Dutch-Swedish digital artist who works across visual art, film, and interactive installation. Has a background working with Marshmallow Laser Feast, MIA, now at Nilor Corp. And Stephen Henderson is a multidisciplinary artist and programmer with a background in architecture, spatial design, and education, and also comes from Marshmallow Laser Feast full-time previously. All right, take it away.
Thank you. Hello. Yeah, thank you for that lovely introduction. Thank you also to the people that were speaking before us. Super interesting talks. It's lovely to be here. We have a slightly different format of presentation, I guess, which is just everything is out there from the start. So we're going to talk a little bit about who we are. We're going to talk a little bit about the work that we've done. We just had a show that was fortunate enough to premiere at Cannes Film Festival this year, which was called God versus the People. So we'll talk to you a little bit about that show. And we want to talk to you about how the kind of making process for that show went. I'll try not to do a 180 every time I want to talk about something because I got the screen right here. But yeah, so I'm Stephen. This is Niels.
Hello, I'm Niels. Nice to meet you.
And first of all, I think it's important for us to talk a little bit about our background, where we came from. It was mentioned in the intros there, but I guess one thing that is maybe useful for us to talk about is that we come from this background of working in immersive. And one of the problems that we found in working with immersive was going from venue to venue. We need to make content for different venues. We need that content to be on totally different screens, totally different places all the time. And it was a question of how can we quickly reformat that work and change it and develop it over time. So that's kind of where things started.
Yes, that's correct. And we at Nilor, we all kind of come from different backgrounds. So we're kind of a hodgepodge of multiple people, I guess. I started out as a VFX artist. I studied VFX in Amsterdam. I thought I was going to be the best compositor in the world until I basically ended up in the 3D world. And then I found out that I hate waiting for frames and got into more real-time stuff. So I think around 2018, I started dabbling with Unreal, Unity, and eventually also TouchDesigner. And throughout the years, have been using that and building my skills through that until where we are now, basically.
So Nils is one of the main forces behind what we're seeing on the screen at the moment, which is like we are kind of more from like, let's say, party background. And this was, as was mentioned, like at the kind of the beginning of generative AI, when people were trying to like make cool stuff in Midjourney, we were trying to really like push it as far as it could possibly go to do the things that we wanted to do. So we were trying to use depth maps to push it into strange places and make anamorphic effects, push it into the world of 3D and build environments from it. And this video is actually just an explainer video for the tool that we made, but we didn't really want to make an explainer video, so we basically made like a video game slash... Yeah.
It's like essentially 25% of what the end of this talk is going to be, but just in this really strange format. So it's inexplicable.
Yeah. So that took us from doing parties, doing events in like big venues with lots of strange shaped screens. And then we began to work with other collaborators. One of them in the audience tonight is Yamil, who was the director on the show that we took to Cannes the previous year on a piece called Taxi. And Taxi was really the beginning of us starting to do narrative experiences as a collective. So this was a real taxi that you got in the back of. We kind of decked it out like a strange confessional booth slash David Lynch Red Room type of thing, like a freaky third space. And you got in and you had a conversation with an AI taxi driver. It was a character, it was a real person, real voice that we recorded and cloned. And the idea was that in this like little 5-minute window that you sometimes have with a stranger, a taxi driver, you get this kind of deep, interesting conversation, or just a funny one, or just you talk shit, or you find out they're actually a horrible racist. But all of this happens within like 5 minutes. And that was something that was really interesting for us to try and create this space and create like a cool interaction for people to do. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And through making that, this was obviously a single person experience, which made it very intimate. But we ultimately want to make experiences that bring lots of people together. And that's how we ended up getting into this experience that we made, which is called GAWD. And this is a courtroom drama where humans come into this courtroom setting and basically have to defend humanity and have to explain to this judge why humans don't suck. But at the same time, that all sounds like very intense. It's at the same time a comedy. So as you can see from this intro video, it's supposed to be very humoristic and kind of a lightweight way for people to get deep in this experience while having 100+ people in the room.
Yeah, and again, that character is a real person. It's an 8-year-old girl's voice that is playing God. There are also non-human witnesses or plaintiffs in the case. They try and state their case against humanity, why humanity sucks. And the audience are invited up for these intimate conversations that we talked about during Taxi. It's now scaled up to a room like the size of this, where people become the jury or they become the audience and they start to be involved in that case. So people are invited up one by one. That conversation is kind of like a record. It goes on record, and that conversation evolves over time, taking inspiration from the inimitable Judge Judy, of course. And kind of that's where we are coming from in general, I guess, is just mixing all of this, like, we've had the 80s, we've had postmodernism, there's no highbrow, lowbrow, it's all just brow. So we just kind of want to throw it all in the same mixing pot together, make people have fun when they're having these experiences, and see what comes out of like creating an environment where people can have conversations that they don't think are that deep until they go away and think about them afterwards.
Exactly. And one thing that we may have not said yet is something that's important to say, which is that the entire show is fully agentically led. So there's no one pressing buttons. It's just all our backend, that is our AI judge, which is the 9-year-old girl character, and the 3 witness characters that are Alex the robot, which is just a Amazon like home assistant robot. We have a Fern, which you see on the screen now, and the internet itself. And so the entire show is kind of an improvised, agentically led experience. And as you can see here, this is kind of how it looked. This was our previous system, so that we could see what we were doing before we were in the room. And this little God character is something that Stephen very creatively whipped up. And you can tell a little bit more about the creative process and how we got to this like VHS style a little more, I think.
Yeah, so as I mentioned about the no-brow kind of approach, I guess this AI character being this 8-year-old child was like a conscious decision to kind of reframe AI not as this like all-knowing, all-seeing entity, but rather as just like a child who is curious about humans, really wants to try and understand them, and in that process wants to just kind of like dredge data, really understand emotion, as well as all of this kind of stuff that it is fed statistical analysis and maths and all of the other ways. There are other ways that we as humans interact. And so it was about story collection, the same way that the Taxi project was about story collection. It was about collecting those stories, passing them on to other humans. So I guess part of that was, how do we take this AI that's supposed to be this slick Alexa type character, or is so often cast in this role, and actually just turn it into something that's kind of like low-tech, kind of crunchy, make it a bit more messy and a bit more human, and try and pull out some of these like tropia references of, I don't know, newscasting or bits of TV, tapes that have been recorded over and over again and have kind of decayed, that type of language. Yeah, so that's kind of where that came from.
Yeah, and it resulted in visuals where we had basically a whole VHS overlay. We had this evidence wall during the show, which was kind of an opportunity for people that were not one of the 3 witnesses that came up to the stand to also participate. So this was a Telegram chat that people could just join and send in a photo with a little subtext that would appear on this wall. But it's not just cosmetic. The judge could see this information and bring it into the conversation where it like fit to start talking about it.
Yeah. The whole thing is also set in this big courtroom. So Nils is the mastermind behind the actual courtroom environment. And same as in the Taxi, it was like important for us to have this place that people could come back to. Like we had a courtroom environment. Every time somebody came up and gave evidence, one of the non-human witnesses, for example, the pot plant, came and gave evidence, and the whole room transformed into like a kind of jungle forest type of thing in a large, wow, that's low res, but yeah, a big jungle type of environment, big 360 projection, using all those kind of like classic tricks of taking over the room. And then on the flip side of that, when the humans were up on the stand, they came up to a little lectern. They're talking to this God character on a CRT TV that's like 15, 20 meters, whatever that is in feet. Somebody help me, 30 feet away from you. And all that happens is that those lights gradually dim. And really that whole thing suddenly just becomes about like this conversation that's happening between a human and a computer. And there's 100 people just watching that conversation take place. Like in that moment, we strip back all of the kind of crazy stuff that we're showing you on the screen and the noise and all of that kind of thing. And it suddenly just becomes about this like really human moment. And a lot of times people chose to end up having arguments about AI in the piece, which is pretty interesting. It's kind of funny to just watch a person argue with a computer, get really behind them and just like start. We gave everybody whistles. Someone brought a whistle. We gave everybody whistles, and everybody was like tooting and hollering and whatever the fuck else, and they were just really getting into it. So yeah, it's kind of just this flip-flop between like create this amazing expressive environment for people to get behind, and then strip it all back and just make it about this one tiny little human interaction.
Yeah, and it was really cool to see that because we initially had a couple of like planned people to get up on the stage just in case no one wanted to go up, but people are eventually like pretty much fighting for this microphone. So yeah, we had some people bleeding in there. It was kind of messy. No, that didn't happen. But yeah, it was really fun to see people getting really passionate about giving their arguments.
I haven't done a time check, but I feel like we should talk about the actual
Maybe we should get into TouchDesigner land. Yeah. So one big issue that we noticed, or not an issue, but a challenge that we faced many times over is how do we render so many pixels just in general. So we started out thinking about this and figured maybe we can offload this compute to multiple computers somehow. That system didn't exist as far as I knew in TouchDesigner. So what we ended up with making is this progression of 2 years of iterations on this one TouchDesigner file, which is this is the root level essentially, and we call this system the Bevis box. Bevis is our company mascot, which you can see over here. Let's bring it up. Let's bring it up. This is Bevis. So the Bevis box.
don't ask, because actually we haven't got time. So.
There's not enough time. This TouchDesigner file is essentially what opens up on every machine. So we just came up with this suitcase that has 4 Mac Minis in it. So it's 4 tiny computers. And every one of them opens up this TouchDesigner file. And depending on the role that each machine has been assigned, this file adapts to do a specific task. So the very high level of that is just a pretty standard server client communication. So one of the machines would be what we refer to as the coordinator, which is the machine that receives external commands from our agentic backend and converts those commands into Bevis box commands, essentially. And whenever it does that, it sends it out to all the clients and itself, and all the clients then do the exact same thing with those commands. And to keep everything in sync, we send one central timecode from this coordinator and multiple other things that I don't know out of the top of my head. But it sends everything that is necessary to keep multiple machines in sync and communicating together.
Yeah, I guess traditionally this is like a big playback task, right? This is like show control. Somebody's got to operate this show, press all the right buttons, do all the right things. And we got to play videos. We've also got to run effects. We saw other people in the other presentations talking about audio reactivity or various different things that need to be synchronized across all of the different screens. We have like this added layer where that is not controlled by a human, that's controlled by the system that is being interacted with by the audience. And we've got to somehow glue all of those things together, keep them in sync, and make them play nicely together. One of the big kind of breakthrough points of doing this was often when you're working in TouchDesigner, you're building something that is like a patch. It's like, imagine you've got a modular synth. It's got all of its little wires. It's wired up in a certain way. You can kind of mess with it to a certain degree, and like you can make like an album's worth of music, let's pretend, on that thing by having that orchestration. But you still need these moments when you're able to switch song. Or if you're a DJ, you kind of want the visuals to evolve along with your set. You know, you can't just have like one wallpaper up for the entire 2 hours that you're DJing. So for us, one of the big breakthroughs was taking it away from just build a patch that has to live with a show for the whole time and start to work in scenes. Break it out into scenes and try and really engage with this narrative way of building a show. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, and it's just also one of the ways that we like to work. Usually we've done a couple of gigs where we just had to make some crazy visuals, and we just always ended up making various scenes. So in that learning process, we've made this thing be able to just contain multiple scenes, and then some other part of the system fades from one to another, and you can choose wherever you want to go. So there's still this creative freedom to just, similar to how you would open a fresh TouchDesigner patch and just start making something and make it interactive, whatever, add joystick inputs, that's all still possible. It's just, if you contain it into a scene, you can switch to it and start using it. So it's either we could use this system for a show that we, an agentically led show that's 30 minutes, or we can just switch to our party scene and it's just some crazy visual or whatever, all within this system.
Yeah, this was really important when working with like collaborators as well, because this is just something that is kind of understood in film and VFX or in other areas outside of immersive, let's just say, where narrative is much more of an important thing. Like we needed beats to return to, we needed to be able to express those things. And then we also needed like, you know, a song with its, let's say, verse chorus structure. We needed to be able to return to things and create kind of a through line throughout the entire show. So this is some of the visuals from the show end up getting chewed up and spat out in our party mode. We can just switch to a scene and we can take stuff from other places in the patch and we can just mess with them in all sorts of interesting ways. So this was some after party, I guess, in the middle of the week, very sleep deprived. We decided that, oh yeah, we should add this all to the party scene and then go and do a show with the AV guys. So the AV guys were DJing and we were just like remixing the whole show, I guess like a week later.
Yeah, and somehow we thought it was a good idea to kind of in the mid of the week where our show, it was running, but we had to fix some stuff and we finally did that. Someone told me, hey, we're gonna do this party. Do you wanna make visuals? And then somehow I hadn't sat behind a computer enough, so I then made these visuals again, which was very fun.
I think it's, maybe you can just click on that little Stingray video from the beginning. Oh yeah, this is good too. So I think it's now like what happens now. We have this show, the show has been successful, and now the idea is to take that particular show on tour, whilst we also build these tools, and we start, and we carry on iterating on these tools as well. So it's not just build the show, it's not just build the tools, we're trying to like show what the tools can do by building out the shows, and also find out what the tools need to be able to do by building shows. So we are going to premiere the show in London in mid-September. There's hopefully 2 dates that it'll be in the States before the end of the year. So one hopefully in San Francisco and one over on this side. And yeah, part of the challenge of that is the stuff from the beginning. How do you reformat that stuff to another venue? How do you kind of develop it? How do you make it accessible to a different audience with a different cultural background, different understanding? And we've hopefully built like a system that means that all of those things are a little bit easier than they might be with a traditional show. So taking it to different canvases feels easier for us. Taking it where we can tweak the personality of the characters and we can work with those almost as if they were sort of, I don't really like to say synthetic actors. They're like a different type of thing. They're like a different kind of beast, but working with them so that they can evolve their personalities, have a different corpus of knowledge about the place that they're in. Those kinds of things are a lot more possible with the kind of tools that we've built.
I think that's very well put.
I feel like that's probably time.
That's time, right?
Yeah.
Great. Well, thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much.
Let's give it up for Steven and Niels, guys. I think just in the interest of time, we're going to skip questions for now, and we'll have a little bit of, we'll hang out after the presentations. You guys can come up and ask them to your heart's content. We're going to have a quick changeover, and then I'm really excited for the AV presentation we have tonight with Kevin Peter Hua and Dan Gorelick. So stay tuned for that. Thanks again.
Yeah, we really should join various parts of the US. So.
You guys are a little vague on. You said San Francisco. When's coming to New York? Come on. You're not going to Boston, are you? Now, come on.
No, we want to show it in New York.
Oh no, that's what I'm saying.
We're in talks.
That was my question. I was Bob's top of the bit. Yeah, what are you telling me? Let's see.
We don't have a specific date yet.
Okay. But looking for venues, that kind of thing.
Exactly.
Yeah, because I get to take a special spot.
Of course. Yeah. We need space.
Yeah.
This is great. Yeah, potentially here. It's yeah. There's a lot of space here.
There is a lot of space here. It's easy to get to. Subway stop easy from that. Get down here and stuff like that. No, but I'm definitely. I don't know if you guys have like a URL or anything, but I don't put name in this. Fuck all that noise. But I would love to hear about this show.
We do not have a name.
All right, we're gonna do a little bit of a changeover here, getting ready for the AV set. But in the meantime, if anybody has any community announcements that they would like to share, now's a good time. Come snag me, and we can do a little announcement.
Hi, everybody. Hi, my name is Eric. Nice to meet you all. I have a question. Who in the audience uses like a doll at some point in their workflow, like an Ableton or Pro Tools or whatever it is? Okay, cool. So I've been working with a group of folks on a VST that takes your sound and uses AI to transform your sound based on whatever parameters you set. And it happens in real time, so you can kind of use it as a part of your practice to kind of ingest more creativity when you're feeling stuck, or if you have different structures you want to experiment with, you can push it different directions. So it's still a very early stage project, but I'm looking to collaborate with folks who are experimenting. So if you want to talk about that, I'd love to have a quick chat. So I'll just stand over here. So if you want to chat, you can come to me. Thanks.
Any other community announcements? All right, we're going to go ahead and get started here in just a second. If you all want to come make your way back to the seats. All right, so before we go into the AV performance, we've got a really special treat. Kevin was actually a creative director here at ZeroSpace, and he's a really, really incredible artist and has had a really amazing opportunity to get to work with a lot of the technology in these spaces and sort of repurpose those for his own artistic purposes. And I'm so excited because we get to actually have a chance to take a peek behind the scenes at some of the performance that you're about to experience. So they actually just got to do a first version of this at Spectra Studio in LA. And so now we get a chance to come experience it here in New York. So very excited for you all to come see a little peek behind the scenes of Kevin's practice. So please give it up for Kevin.
Thank you, Torin. How's everyone doing? Thank you for all coming out. Yeah, and thank you for Torin and Lyle and also Shuilong for hosting DATLAB. I think it's really been incredible to witness the community grow. And okay, cool, the slides are up. My name is Kevin Peter He. I am an artist. We're gonna make this talk relatively short and just speed through it because we want to get to the performance and not have everyone leave super late. So my talk is about visual instruments for live cinema, kind of imagining the camera as an instrument and the process of virtual production as a performance. I used to be a filmmaker, I used to be a dancer, and that two things kind of culminated and a bunch of other things as my past job. I was the creative director at ZeroSpace for about like 2.5 years to 3 years. And then we did a lot of projects like virtual production shoots, motion capture videos, things like that. But the main thing that you're seeing here in this exact wall, no, actually this wall has been through many iterations. It used to be kind of like a triptych with a floor that's made more for broadcast, and then we upgraded to like a more curve, and then now it's this iteration. But this is the virtual production volume. It's mostly been popularized by, as you know, The Mandalorian, and these days mostly used for car shoots. And we use Unreal Engine mostly as a background, and there's a lot of live control. A lot of these tools, I think, are very inherently interactive. We are using sort of, doing a shoot in the desert and being able to place the sun in real time was really, really fun. This was behind the scenes for a music video shoot for the musician One of Tricks Point Never here, where we were doing a car shoot and we were physically shaking the car and we were strobing the environment on a MIDI controller. That is Derek's hand. I don't know if Derek is still here. And I think it's a very interactive process. There's a lot of tinkering with camera technology, with the sort of background, like digital technology. But a lot of that sort of like just becomes quite compressed into the background of a film shoot that's mostly blurred out. And I started, I think, like thinking about how do we sort of expose the labor and the interaction and all the sort of like fun that we're having in the process into the performance itself. So I started kind of thinking about how do we do it live on stage. So that kind of led me to my practice of doing live virtual cinema, as I call it. The piece that you're going to see tonight is called Passage. It's this sort of environment where machines and natural world are fully entangled. And you're going to witness in an unbroken one-shot kind of a journey through this landscape, starting from the bottom of the forest up until the top to watch the sunrise. And throughout, there's going to be a series of events. It kind of reimagines the forest ecosystem as a circuit board. So this chip overheats, the fan breaks down, the chip overheats, the sun shuts off to cool everything down, throwing it into nighttime. And then this triggers a lightning storm, which charges the sun back on, and there's a new day. So all of these like natural phenomenon are reimagined as sort of artificial processes inspired by computers. This is kind of the journey that we're about to embark on. And then we've done this show in New York, in LA, in Norway, Australia, Greece, but actually this is going to be the first time that I do it in this wall, actually, which is very special for me. Thank you. So I'm going to talk a little bit about this, which I'm calling Sightline, which is kind of like a visual instrument of sorts. It was actually inspired in the beginning when I was doing live virtual cinema. I was using a mouse, just the most sort of intuitive tool, and MIDI controllers. I mean, I'm still using a MIDI controller now, but I started kind of like wanting to design something that was specifically an instrument for the type of performance that I was doing, the same way that musicians have instruments. And actually, I went to see a show by this Norwegian saxophone player based in Berlin called Bendik at the Lincoln Center, and I was really inspired by the sort of virtuosity and sort of like how they were really using the instrument as kind of like almost like a sculptural sort of presence, and thinking about like what that can bring to a performance itself. So, you know, what instruments can visual artists use for live virtual performance? And I went into thinking about like camera tracking, which is what kind of like makes virtual production all work. In short, how it works, there are many, many different types of systems, but if you look around here, actually, these cameras with blue lights, and then also, I don't know if you can actually see on the ceiling, there are a bunch of silver dots. Those are all like tracking markers, but they enable the camera to know its position within a scene. And then the virtual environment inside the game engine adapts along with it. And actually the track camera is right there, if you look over there on the jib, on the crane. So this guy was actually inspired by that. Yeah, thank you for sharing along. And so the idea is kind of like, how do I you know, reimagine this tool as something that I can pack into a Pelican case and sort of, you know, perform with and tour with, and how do I sort of rethink about the sensors and the technology behind that, which is very, I think, like in an industry context that requires a lot of setup and a lot of money in a very compact form and accessible form. So we did a lot of testing. This was the first iteration, which is using a microcontroller, an Arduino, and a series of sensors to track the camera's position. And as you can see, as we sort of move it, it affects the virtual camera in the scene. And the very first iteration of Sightline was actually just that in a box. And I was just palming this and trying it, and it kind of worked. And then came the design phase for what it looks like, and I was just kind of looking around. I was inspired by the gear that we had in this place. So obviously, you know, the tracked camera, that was a red, also a lot of projectors, and we also had a motion control robot arm. I don't know where it went, but maybe it's in the back. It's in the back. Okay, it's behind the wall. But this form factor kind of took on for that. So the first iteration looked like this. These were the sketches. Everything was actually compacted into a single 3D printed body, so it was a lot easier to set up and travel with. And so this is it sort of like in action, like this. But then I think began to iterate with this more in terms of like experimenting with functionality, and then also just being inspired by like how camera rigs in general work, which are modular. So this leads me to V2, which is what you're seeing now. The body this is kind of all the sensors and stuff. I'm happy to answer any questions after this. But it comes apart. All the sensors are sort of like packed into this single body, and then there's a small rig cage that is attached to it, and all these other components are just on 1/4" screws. So people can sort of essentially build your own if you want, and sort of, you know, do this however you want. Makes it a lot more difficult to pack, and it's kind of a Tetris game every time where I like perform, but it is a lot more flexible to iterate, and we are also planning on working towards open sourcing this towards the end of this year, so releasing kind of a base 3D print file, a component list, a TouchDesigner template, an Unreal Engine template, and then people can sort of build their own. So you can, you know, you don't have to add this specific controller on top of here, you can sort of build all this stuff. Yeah. And then the last thing is, yeah, shouting out to my collaborators, Eric Chang, who used to be the technical director of ZeroSpace, which is right here. And then Rob Ruth, who is not here, but also amazing collaborator and artist. So they were very integral into the design and engineering process of this whole thing. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. Should we do like 10 minutes of questions now, or should we do that like after the performance? After? Okay, all right, we'll do it after. Cool.
Yeah, just 1 minute. Let's thank Kevin again for that really amazing and detailed breakdown of his modular camera rig. I've had the fortune of working with Kevin for 2 years during his stint here as creative director. Kevin's incredible. He's actually the reason I'm originally here. He brought me on, and we've worked on a lot of projects together, and it's been amazing to see his independent artist career flourish, and for him to perform and for him to sort of return home after all these months. So very excited to see the performance. Let's just give him a minute to set up, and then we'll get on our way. Thanks.
This is not us starting. Testing. Yeah. It'll be much louder. I'm ready. Oh, I have to try one. Take your time. Okay. Put the phone out here. Okay. Is that distracting? Thank you so much for Torn and Lyle for organizing. I have too much reverb on my voice. Thank you, ZeroSpace. Thank you everyone for coming out on a Friday. On a Friday. Cool. I don't know who else to thank. Thank you, Kevin, and thank you all.
Well, check. Yeah, thank you all for coming out. That we have no more scheduled performances, but yeah, that was wonderful. Another round of applause for these guys. Yeah, we will be announcing the next event, DATLAB 19, soon, hopefully. I think, yeah, there's a QR code. If anyone wants to submit a talk or a performance or an installation, sometimes either this wall or this TV has an install in it. And yeah, I thank you all for coming out. We might be doing a little after gathering at Three's Brewing, which is like you head out here and go all the way around the corner. Probably see you there.
Yeah, a couple things to add. There's so much that goes on behind the scenes organizing these events, and so I just wanted to give a special thanks to all the folks that helped make this possible. Yeah, huge thank you. So I want to point people out too, right here. Edric, thank you so much. We got all hands on camera AV. Singy's in the back over there. He's been doing the live stream this entire time. So if anyone wants to catch the performances and talks afterwards, that'd be amazing. Hanzo is here. Thank you so much for all of the work and help in the space and the venue. It means so much. And also shout out to Eric Chang over here. He's been running around with the camera the whole time, but also helping to bring us to ZeroSpace to begin with. And yeah, and also Shui Long, like, amazing. Thank you. So he's been on so many like hour-and-a-half, 2-hour-long calls with Lila and I, just like helping to organize the different pieces. So thank you. And I also just want to give a huge shout out to Lyle for all the details behind the scenes that help make this whole piece come together. So thank you.
Yeah. Alrighty. See you next time. Thanks for coming out. Music?
They got house music?